song can unite us all? How can it help us to love more, to release our fears and doubt, and surrender to universal love? Universal love is the urge to grow. Universal love is the way to go. Universal love shall become my song. Universal love, universal love. Once gone are poison words, and climbed up above the cloud. I shall see we're on a boat in an ocean of universal love. Universal love is the urge to grow. Universal love is the way to go. Universal love. Universal love. Universal love.
Well done! Fantastic!
Thank you.
Very, very good. All right, so welcome back, everyone. And a warm welcome as well to all of us following online, to all of you following us online from different parts of the world. We hope you had a good pause to breathe, connect, and maybe discover a new corner of Centro Mariapoli, you that are here. And before we move on, you got inspired by Rio de Janeiro to play this, huh? Dun, 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 dun,
It's like a
dun.
little samba.
It's always a samba, yeah, good, well done. So thank you. This is a new song, right?
Yes, yes. This is a song that we wrote, inspired to the concept of universal love, and the idea of making it tangible. In order to make it real, universal love, we need to have the courage to imagine it. So that's the subject of the song. I thought that was really fitting this event.
Perfect,
Universal love.
and it does.
And the
And
song-
I like it a lot.
The song is gonna come out next year, so it's a huge honor to present it to you in anteprima, preview.
Congratulations.
World preview.
Wow.
Congratulations.
Yeah, big applauses.
Yes, there you go, your pen.
So, whether you're here with us in the auditorium or joining from afar, we are now officially entering the second half of our global event. But before we continue, we want to express our gratitude to the people. These people who make every moment on this stage possible.
So a heartfelt thank you to all the audio and video technicians from the Centro Mariapoli. Your care, your precision, and your patience hold this event together. So really thank you.
And we also thank you, Gianpal Carradori, for the beautiful lighting design, and our director, Maria Mata Caló. Thank you for guiding the flow of these days with clarity and vision.
So really, thank you, davvero, davvero grazie di cuore. Before we move on with today's program, we cannot forget the workshops before lunch. They were moments of encounter, creativity, and honest dialogue. It was nice, huh? Did you like it? It was fantastic,
Enjoy
yeah.
it. Great. We are certain that these workshops have opened new pathways, ideas, and projects, not only for the EoF villages, but also for a wider community. What began as a shared space of dialogue now continues as a journey of transformation that each of us carries forward, rooted in care, fraternity, and common good.
So a warm thank you to all village coordinators, community members, seniors, and partners who helped prepare these spaces, these workshops. Thank you.
Thank you.
So this afternoon begins with a conversation that speaks directly to the heart of our Jubilee theme. How to restart not only structures, but the way we accompany one another as human beings.
Please join us on welcoming our moderator, Paolo Santori, together with our speakers, Paolo Benanti, Jennifer Nedelski, Ida Marie Monk, and Tanya Schaumann.
Thank you for being here with us. The stage and the microphone is yours.
Thanks a lot. Hello, everyone. Welcome to this session, Care in the Age of AI. Let me tell you something about the motive, the goal, and the structure of this session. The motive is something very basic. Economists, business people, change makers, they cannot ignore the topics of care and AI in 2025. So you can take a degree in economics, know everything about monetary policies, utility functions, point of equilibrium, but it's very important that you put attention on the topic of care in the market, outside the market, unpaid care law, and also the topics of artificial intelligence, the impact on jobs, on the future of work, but also all the economic issues related to AI. What is the goal of this session is to put these two topics in dialogue. What is the structure? Well, we have two esteemed scholars, Jennifer Nedelski and Paolo Benanti. Respectively, Jennifer Nedelski, she spent years, if not decades, to work in the topic of care and society. Paolo Benanti works on the intersection between artificial intelligence, philosophy, theology. And then, in the spirit of Economy of Francesco, this structure reflects what Pope Francis asked us in 2019. He said, put young EoF researchers on stage with the equal dignity and voice as the senior experienced scholars. So we have Ida Marie Monk. She's a master student in philosophy, University of Copenhagen, and a EoF Academy Fellow. So she has a scholarship and she carries a project on care in higher education. And we have Tanya Schaumann, University of St. Gallen, postdoctoral researchers. So what is the idea of the structure? Jennifer and Fra Paolo, by the way, I forgot to introduce you, sorry, that was a third Franciscan order, philosopher, theologian, and also member of the advisory board of the United Nations on artificial intelligence. Come back to the structure. Jennifer and Paolo will kick us off. They will have respectively up to 10 minutes to talk about respectively care, and I will ask a question, and AI. Then Ida and Tanya, they will be not simply respondents, but also a kind of bridge, putting these two topics together, try to understand challenges, opportunities, points of reflections, And then if we are good with times, I have a watch here, we will have also a comment from our speakers of what they heard. And we hope that in this hour we can leave some questions, issues, even curiosities, okay? So, let's start. Jennifer, you published this book, co-authored with Tom Mallison, 2024, correct? Part-Time for All, a Care Manifesto. Walk us through this idea of part-time for all.
Great, thank you. So our project in the book is to revalue care by a fundamental restructuring of the economy and of society more generally. And our proposal would also reduce the time scarcity that shapes the lives of so many. The basic argument is that every society needs to have goods and services produced. We pay for this production and we call it work. And in every society, people have needs that require attention in both physical and emotional care. We call this care and often don't pay for it at all. Thousands of hours of care are provided for free by women or for very low pay, since care is wrongly seen as low-skilled. The argument in the book is that everyone in society has the responsibility to contribute to both kinds of needs. Work and care are the terms we use as a shorthand, even though good work, of course, requires care, and everyone who does care knows that it requires a lot of work. The long-standing gendered division of labor, so some people do paid work, others provide unpaid care, has served everyone badly. Women are overburdened now, often, with both paid work and unpaid care. And under this traditional structure, men fail to learn the vital knowledge that comes with providing care, such as the role of care in sustaining relationships, the skills of taking the perspectives of others, which is essential. To be a good caregiver, you have to be able to take the perspective of those you are providing care for. And the basic humility of the limits of our ability to understand and to meet the needs of others. And the humility that comes with doing long denigrated care. I think the Jesus story of washing the feet of others is a great example of the virtues of this kind of humility. Our book spells out a proposal for restructuring the economy so that care and its many benefits, as well as its demands, is shared by everyone. No exceptions for being an important person doing important work. We recommend about 22 hours a week of unpaid care from everyone. And to make this possible, the norm should be that no one does paid work more than 30 hours a week. These are norms we're recommending, not state law. There will be no legal penalties for not doing your share of care, no bureaucracy for assessing what counts as care, but the power of norms should not be underestimated. It is norms that enforce millions of hours of unpaid care from women all over the world. Unlike some arguments, like wages for housework, we do not propose to revalue care by further marketizing it. We propose to revalue it by giving everyone the experience of its importance, its demands, its satisfactions, as an unpaid contribution to the well-being of others, those we care for. We would then no longer have policymakers ignorant of care, which is the current state of affairs, and caregivers excluded from high-level decision-making. This is what in the book we call the care policy divide. And this important divide is something that many other responses to the care crisis does not address. You can provide better care, but as long as you have one group of people providing the care and another distinct group of people making high-level decisions, you will still have this care policy divide. There are many practical and institutional changes that would have to follow. I just will mention two here. Right now, most unpaid care is provided in families. But under our system, when one does not have young children or elderly friends and family needing care, one will continue to contribute care in a chosen community of care. This might be a local neighborhood, a faith group, a choir, a sports club. Care responsibilities on this model will no longer follow the arc of family demands, high when children are young, parents are aging, and low the rest of the time. Now it will be quite even across one's life. And we expect a great deal more creativity about how both children and the elderly can contribute to care, to the benefit of all. And work, of course, will have to be reorganized, with jobs broken down into component parts that can be divided and shared. The Netherlands models this possibility with a very high rate of part-time jobs, including in management, although a lot of this, the uptake of this part-time work is unevenly gendered. And of course, by part-time jobs, we mean good part-time jobs, with time sovereignty and pay and advancement proportional to current good full-time jobs. And finally, we include care for the earth in the basic care responsibilities of all. And I should say that is now my primary research interest. The main purpose of Part-Time for All is to revalue care. And as I noted, it will also significantly lessen the pervasive time scarcity that so plagues the lives and distorts the values of millions all over the earth. A society that has learned the true value of care and a pace of life that includes a sense of time for what is really important are both vital parts of what is needed to save the planet from climate catastrophe. Just as the daily practice of providing care for others teaches us the centrality of care for sustaining relationships, a practice of caring for the earth can give people a concrete sense of their connection to the earth. For example, when people eat food they have grown in a small garden, they can experience food as a gift from the earth and see the role of their care in fostering that gift. And finally come to see that there is responsibility more generally to care for the earth, with whom we are interconnected in so many complex ways. Healing the planet requires that we all develop a sense of deep mutual responsibility between humans and the rest of the planet. Practices of care and the capacity to value care are central to developing that now missing recognition of interdependence. Modern Western culture has long prized independence, even though no human beings are ever actually independent. The powerful norm of independence makes it hard for those who want to be seen as successful to communicate their needs, to recognize their actual dependence on the care of others, and to gracefully receive the care they need. But increasingly, people are learning about the complex ecosystems of interdependence, interconnection that sustain life. Scientists help us learn that trees communicate and help one another, and to see the chains of connection between clean water, healthy soil, thriving insects, and the availability of food for humans, and the human propensity to sever those chains. One of my main sources of optimism is to think that the science of interdependence, which is ever more widely recognized, may finally overcome the philosophy of individualism that has been so powerful in the modern world. Cultivating human-to-human care, building it into the structure of our economies, recognizing that the structure of work and the structure of care are always intertwined, can spill over to the recognition of the need to care for the earth. Ultimately, I think that what we need most profoundly is a deep appreciation of the interconnection of everything on Earth and the responsibility for caregiving and receiving that entails. The whole Earth is infused with spirit. We are in relations of mutual responsibility with everything on the planet. We need time, attention, peace to learn to tune into this living planet, to know what we are receiving and what we need to give. In sum, we need an economy built on the foundational value of care, so that we may all learn how to be responsible, caring members of the Earth community. And I want to close with one other remark that came to me listening yesterday to the comments about small things from Francis. Because I think the reality is that hands-on care is always intimate. It means that the impact will be small. If you think about the difference between caring for a child and creating a new child care policy, the policy creation has a much bigger impact, and it's what counts as success. What matters in the world is to have large-scale impact. But the reality is that care, whether for children or animals or plants, will have small-scale impact, which we code as low value. And I think that has to be one of the major transformations that we make as we come to revalue care, that we recognize that importance cannot be measured by impact.
Thank you. Thank you. And by the way, the very interesting thing that when many of us read your book, all these things allow discussion, because sometimes when care and care ethics are discussed also among philosophers, it's always overcoming or against a spotting problem. In your book, with Tom Malleson, who is an economist, right? Part-time for all, we have a proposal. We have something to discuss. And I think there is also the small scale in some part. Now we turn to AI. Now, differently, dear Fra Paolo, differently from what happens here on stage, in which I managed to assemble 4 philosophers and 1 social psychologist, the audience is composed by economists, entrepreneurs, and what we call change makers. And we read and we listen podcasts about this concept of ethics of algorithm, ethics of AI, but I guess that the economy of Francesco will be very interested in the economic algorithms, or the economic issues that surround AI. Now I know that in giving you 10 minutes, I'm giving you a very hard task because there is much to say, but we really wanted to listen for you.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for having me. I will try to use my time splitting it in 3 sections. The first one is a general consideration on why economics should be interested by such kind of changing. And then I would like to try to give you a couple of deep dive to see what does it mean to be an economist inside this age of AI. Well, first, I think that coming back on Pope Francis, that said is not a time of changing, is a changing of time. We have to recognize that if we don't frame our question inside this perspective, we are missing something. Let me frame this with a sentence that I can take from Hamlet of Shakespeare. In the second act, Hamlet simply say, the time is out of joint. The time is out of joint is an expression that in the Hamlet simple is a transparency of, a sense of against nature of Hamlet when he discovered that the father was killed. But during 15th and 16th century, the time was out of joint was a sentence that was used by scholars to describe a multiple situation that cross through the Western. First of all, as a Western, we discover a new land, Americas. And as a Western, we know new religion. The Reformation, the Lutheran Reformation that happened from the Northern, produced a breaking inside the conception of the geography and belief. We start to have a new science. And Galileo and Newton simply take place of the former way to understand science. And as a fourth element, the political power that was consolidated up to that time start to struggle due a great transformation that bring us inside the modernity and the arising of national state. Well, actually, the time is out of joint. First, there is a new country, at least China. We don't know China as an economical player as it was before. We need new religions. If you go to Silicon Valley, we are not simply talking about technological innovation. We are talking about a view of the human beings and his destiny that are used called TISCREAL, transhumanism, extropianism, affective altruism, and other things that are connected by the idea of an end of time that is a classical watermark of a religious thinking on the history. And at the end of the day, we have to recognize that there is a new science, and the fact that we have given at least 3 Nobel Prizes to an AI, 2 last year and 1 this year, is a sign of a new science. And Google DeepMind, they are simply able to give us a sort of melting between information and biology, pushing up on a promised land or on a promised nightmare, depending what will happen, about this power that we have on the biology. And at the end of the day, I feel that democracy don't feel itself very well. So what does it mean? The time is out to join. And what is the role of AI in that? Well, a lot. Because if you look at China, if you look at Silicon Valley and the ideology, if you look at science, everything is touched by the AI. But I would like to go in 2 directions, as I promised before. And the first one, sorry for that, I cannot resist. You know, we have Pope Leo, and Pope Leo talk about the new things. Do we have new things in reality? Well, you know, I'm a university professor, so I would love to give my name to things, and I think that the new things that we can, one part of the new things that we can look at as a new name, and is a software-defined reality. We are living in a world in which the reality is not anymore the ones that was a time. Because a software-defined reality is simple, something that changed forever, and not only the economical value, but also the individual and collective power in society. If we would like to understand what is a software-defined reality, I think that we can take the symbol object of that is the smartphone. If you buy a smartphone, probably the last model, you accept to pay something between 1,000 and 1,500 euro to have the last model. And, well, what you own is a little square of aluminum, glass, and silicon. Well, but such kind of piece is useless without a software that gives to that reality the function that we are using too, including, now it's less common than before, the ability to make phone call. Well, but if you own the hardware, and here is the new things, you just have a license on the software. And the idea that without owning the software, you don't have the right to own the reality is probably what we are looking to understand what's going on. What does it mean? Well, let me make some kind of practical example. We are talking about property and how property is defined, understood, and used, connected to the roots of every form of legal rights around the world, that is the Roman rights. And in Roman law, if you own something, you have 3 fundamental rights. Let me express in Latin, then I'll try to translate in my Italian English. The right to use, the right to abuse, and the right to have the fruits. Well, when my grandfather, let's think, it's not this case, but just to give an example, could buy an horse. He has the right to use, can jump on the horse and go wherever he wants, can use to work on the land or things like that. He has the right to abuse. Well, sorry for the really Italian example, but you have the right to transform such kind of things. In Italy, we are used to say, making of it mortadella. That means, okay, you got it, thank you. Oh, well, and you have the right to have the fruits. So if your neighbor need workforces, you can rent the horses and take the money from the renting of the horses. Well, let's see to the smartphone that you have in your pocket. How many of you, let me do this as an example. Please raise your hand. How many of you has an iPhone? Thank you. How many of you has an Android? Okay, guys with the iPhone, can you send an airdrop to the Android? No, you can't. It's your phone. Why you can't? Well, the right of use is not depending on you, it's depending on the owner of the software. Well, if you would like to abuse the hardware, someone is happy. They will sell you a new phone. And Luigino will write a lot of commentary on the newspaper on that. But try to modify the software. No way. But what is absolutely subtracted to your autonomy and to your ownership is the fructus. There ain't such things as a global digital economy if you can get the fruits on your pocket. Well, why this is so important? There is a lot of political and geopolitical consequence. But damn, sorry for that. But damn, we are talking about the economy of Francis because Francis was someone that make of fruits a different use to build community, and we are talking about care because care is a different use of fruits. And now, the fruits are not yours, but they are concentrated in the owner of the software. So welcome to the challenge. The challenge is that in a software-defined reality, we move ourselves from owners to users. And in this transformation, the economical chain of values is changed forever. And such kind of transformation has also to be understood in a much more metaphysical way, you know. I spent half of the year teaching here in Rome, half of the year teaching in Seattle. Well, when you go in Seattle, there is this super fancy store, Amazon Go. No people inside. Everything is run by AI. You know, I'm a bad man. I enter, I move things, make things just to make the system fail. No way. I know, I make the fryer to convert myself. Well, but by the way, if the software is broken, the same nature of the place changed forever. It's not anymore a store. It's a warehouse. Nothing can get in, nothing can get out. Try to think to an hospital. Try to think to a car. What does it mean to own a Tesla? Yes, you own the car, but you don't own the software. You can drive like you wish. You cannot open up the car and close the car without the software consent, and things like that. So this first challenge is a global transformation induced by software, and AI is the last page of this software transformation to the reality. Why AI is important in such kind of things? Well, let me express it with a really dramatic example, but it's on the cutting edge of what we are experiencing now. If you go to Ukraine, you have a confrontation between tank and drones. A tank is a really solid traditional piece of hardware. To make an Abram, probably you need 10 years. We need 10 years from the drafting to the tank on the ground. And it costs something like 10 to 20 million. Well, a €1,500 drone can destroy an Abram. And the problem is, and this is what experience looking at what's going on in Ukraine, that such kind of drone is not a stable entity. Every 5.50, 5.5 minutes, there is a new software update on the drone, and that software update changed the nature of the weapon on the field. Welcome to software-defined reality. And AI is the last page of this software. That means that we are used to regulate the market, the economy, the world on a hard series of objects. You are going to Fiumicino to take the airplane, no gun inside, please. But if you have a software-defined reality, well, it's enough to upload the silent software on it without you realize it, and it became an incendiary, a fire device. It changed the nature of the things. In which way we can regulate their society? In a so fluid and changing reality that is owned by the software owners. Here we need to make something different. Well, my time is running. I need to go to the last deep dive. Well, the last deep dive is AI is not something that exists outside of reality. We can draft an atlas of AI that starts from what we can define a new colonialism, that is subtracting minerals and core resources to the global south, up to the things. But let me stress much more the economical challenge here. You know, when you have an AI, an app, or a model, you are simply using the ability of some silicon elements to produce something that we can define computation. And to produce computation, you need to put a lot of silicons all together. Just to give you a sense, Meta is building one data center that it will consume 1 gigawatt per hour, 1 gigawatt per hour of electricity. That means that Meta has to buy all the electrical power produced by the Clinton nuclear plant in Illinois from the next year up to the commissioning. It's not few things. And you need telecommunication, you need water, so you need the infrastructure. And here is the new challenge. Because you know, AI is the run of this new reality, but we have to decide what is the computational asset that we are used to call data center in relationship with other assets that we define as of infrastructure. And here we touch directly the social contract. The way in which we shape the social contract is the way in which we are able to stay together. And we are used, at least in Europe, to understand the infrastructure as a part of the social contract, as not the ownership of someone, but as something that is owned by the collectivity, by the society. And now, we have this super energy, telecommunication, and water consumption entity, and we have to define if they are super user in public infrastructure, or if they have to belong to the public infrastructure. The way in which we'll answer to this kind of challenge will be the kind of society in which economics can play tomorrow. Okay, I can scare you more, but my time is over. Thank you.
You can scare her. You can scare us more later, you know, that's gonna be. So, I want to start differently from plans from Tanya, because we were having a conversation before. You mentioned this topic of ownership, right? So I think that touches a bit what Paolo just said, but also, you know, maybe create something, a bridge between these two, because between a social contract and a care manifesto, you know. So please let us know more.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, one topic that we had previously discussed was the role of ownership of companies in various fields. One is for sure AI, and it's interesting that you also touched on ownership on some level. And an interesting example is that, for example, OpenAI and Anthropic are both experimenting with different ownership structures. Why is that? Because in the end of the day, if we want programmers to take decisions that are in service of humanity, they also need to have the agency to actually follow through with, for example, precautionary measures. But if in a company there's a fiduciary duty to increase profits, and owners can sue a company if they are not increasing profits, if the company is taking decisions that are, for example, stopping the launch of a new model in order to save humanity, if we have that contradiction in a company, that is a great issue. So my research at the University of St. Gallen is looking at the role of company ownership within society and the ability of companies to take ethical decisions. So what that means in practice is, for example, that a company could be, as Patagonia is, in trust or foundation ownership, where the push for profit is greatly reduced because nobody personally benefits from the profit of the company. And I think that also relates to care, because I think in a company that is highly profit-driven, it's much more difficult to design structures where well-paid part-time work is even possible. So that is essentially makes ownership an upstream condition for ethical decisions that happen later down the line. So yeah, that was the part about ownership that I had wanted to contribute.
And I think it really makes a good job to relate the two. I know you are all both tempted to reply, but Ida, so two very different things, apparently. What are your thoughts on that? Because you did research, you are doing research on care, also in high school, and obviously also schools, the topic on AI will come further, so please.
Yes, thank you. I'm very happy to be here. I'm also terrified to be here. And I think I want to speak from the perspective as a student of philosophy, and I think AI plays a big part here, especially as care in education. So people like me get very nervous when we raise our hands in class. Paolo will know this, you were my teacher. So, yeah. And so it's easier to ask an AI your questions, and Also, Nadeska, you mentioned this, that we tend to denigrate interdependence, right? We idealize the individualism and being self-sufficient, and so it's tempting to think, also with this time scarcity mentality, we're thinking our teachers are busy, they're important people. I'm not going to ask a stupid question because that's embarrassing. I'm also not going to ask a very complicated question because that takes a lot of time. But I think there's a very vital component to asking these questions, both the stupid ones and the very complicated ones, because I think as a teacher you're getting a very valuable input when a student asks a question that might seem to you to be very basic, because that's a feedback. You did something wrong. If someone in the classroom is asking these very, there's communication there, and also, it's a conversation. I think we've talked about this. I think it taps into a bigger question of what is education. So now, Paolo Benanti, you mentioned this, that AI changes realities, and I think it can change, or at least make us question what is the purpose of education. And now we're sitting here having a conversation, right? We're not giving a lecture of an hour and a half, and I think it's the same when we, both in high school and in higher education, it's a conversation where we talk with each other. It's not just a person transmitting knowledge and then you act like you understand and you go and you ask ChatGPT and you hope you seem smart. Does that make sense?
Yeah, makes sense, yes. Yes, they don't get an applause there. Not to stress this, but Tanya's and Ida Rose is the more difficult because these are very challenging topics, right, and saying something sensible to them. I've been told by the audience I have two big distractions. Someone telling me that the translations is not working, so please check some translation. And then my father arrived and is signing there. I don't know what's happening as is there. So, we have 15 minutes left. That's great. I think that both Ida, with the more high school and school approach, and Tanya, with this topic, you raise interesting point. My idea would be to come back to you, Jeff, because you are now Professor Emerita. So you are right, you had years and decades of experience of teaching, and all this dimension. Another thing, Jennifer is also the supervisor of IDA in the EoF Academy, so that's another thing. So listening what has been said so far, do you have any reaction to this?
Yes, I'd like to make a connection between Ida's point and kind of the economics of AI. That one of the things that people talk about is the hope that actually AI, sophisticated robots, will replace care. So instead of changing what we as humans do, we'll look to AI. And so that takes two forms that we see. One already happening, which is people turning to AI companions. On their best friend is going to become an AI. And I was talking about this at lunch. I heard a really nice synopsis of what is wrong with that. And that is that it teaches you that you can create relations of intimacy without vulnerability. Because you are not disclosing anything about yourself except to a machine who creates an illusion of intimacy. But I think the attraction is, you don't have to pay a therapist, and so there's a money dimension going on there. And then the other place is, I think there is a hope from some people that very sophisticated robots will be able to take care of the elderly for us. Soon being in that category. This doesn't look great. But the important thing is, again, the hope is to save the money, and lifting elderly patients is a real strain on caregivers, and so there could be some, material help there. But again, the issue is to think about the ways in which receiving care is an embodied thing. It is how we touch one another, how you hold the baby matters. The baby will know whether it's a parent or a robot. I'm really quite sure of that. And I think the elderly people will too. So there's some misunderstanding of the kind of care that AI can offer us, whether it's answering questions instead of your professor or actual touching that we're hoping we can hand off to AI because it will be so much cheaper than actually paying for human care.
And that is really what I was expecting the conversation to go, because when we imagine this session, care in the age of AI, we are going to talk about robots, right, and interactions and this. So let's continue the round. Paolo, you heard a lot have been said.
Well, actually, there are at least 3 points that
you have
has
time.
to be addressed, but I can't. I don't have time. Because every point...
You have a bit.
May I have? Okay. You give
I
me
will
the
stop
green light
you.
to talk.
I will stop
Okay.
you. Like,
Well, the first thing is about education, you know. What is the big difference now if you look at before? First of all, you make a great job. The big things is that we shape our mentality in modernity in a way that we can define architectural. You go in a library and you find a scaffold with medicine altogether. You go there and there is biology and things like that. So if during the COVID pandemic someone tells you, well, let's drink vinaigrette, and you don't take COVID, you don't put that piece of information in medicine, but you put in another, okay, don't be like, okay, you know what. Now, when you interact with a chatbot, the chatbot is an oracular way. It throws out information, and you are not trained to know in which kind of scaffold they can go. So we need to train ourselves to be able to navigate information or better knowledge and wisdom and meaningful knowledge in a new way in which they are proposed to us. This is point one. I cannot go deeper, otherwise it will kill me. Second point, is still possible, I would like to be provocative, a care economy with AI, agentic AI? Well, that is the next things, you know, because agentic AI is coming. Well, to answer to that, I need to explain here, what does it mean to have an agent like that? Well, it's something that is the fruit of a process that we are used to call reinforced learning. So what is reinforced learning? 1960, there are 2 IT guys. One go to the other, two computer scientists, and said, Donald Mikey was the name of the guys. Are you able to build a machine that can play tic-tac-toe, tris in Italian, nuts and cross if you are British English, and win? Well, Donald Mickey started to think about it. 1 year later, he'd come with 302 matchboxes. And that was the machine that he built to play and win a tic-tac-toe. The name was scary, Menace, but it's for Machine Educable Nuts and Cross Engine. How it works? Well, it takes 1 different color for every one of the check of the nuts and cross and has a huge jar with a lot of ball of the mixed color. And on every matchboxes, empty matchboxes, on the surface there is 1 configuration of the game, empty play board and so. There is a little bit bottleneck inside. The start of the game is 3 random balls inside every kind of matchbox. The machine starts to play. The human beings take the empty configuration matchbox, shaky. 1 ball passing the other side, that's the movement of the machine. Then the human beings make a movement. You go to the matchbox with the configuration of the game, shaky, and so on. At the end of the game, you can have 3 possible solutions. The machine won, the machine tied, the machine lose. If the machine won, you add 3 colors of every color that come out from every single movement. If the machine tie, you add 1. If the machine lose, you subtract 1. So I give you a prize, make you happier, or I remove to you something and I make you sad. After 20 games, well, the machine starts to tie. After 105 games, the machine don't lose anymore any game. Are the balls knowing that they are playing tic-tac-toe? No. Are the matchbox knowing that? No. Something of the human beings go inside the capability of the machine to do the right things in the right moment. Philosophical, we can discuss on what is. Well, this is reinforced learning. When you talk with a ChatGPT or when you have an agent, an AI agent, is a reinforced learned agent. And this is the core point. This is eudaimonic. What you talk about care is eudaimonic, is happiness. And because such kind of tools are made to be happy on himself, not on society, hedonic, to to have pleasure with the right choice. I feel that the day in which we have a mixed society and coexistence between AI agent and human agent, care will be super important because we are changing the watermark of society in a way that will push from eudaimonic to eudonic. And this is the challenge. At least, but not at last, why we feel a relationship with the machine? Well, you know, we are a strange species. We are not the stronger, the fastest, and things like that. But we know that 40,000 years ago, when we was able to go to Australia, we produced the extinction of animal and plants in Australia. We are really killer species. Why? Because being different from other species, we have the ability to cooperate among us. And this is possible because every one of us has an ability that the neuroscientists and psychiatrists call the theory of mind. So I see you, you look like a member of my species, almost. And, well, we don't lose them. And then I think that you, like me, has a mind, has a will. I can have feeling with you and things like that. By the way, ethologists say that this is why we domesticated dog. We start to project on dogs a theory of mind. Oh, Fufi is looking at me. He loves me. No, he's looking at the sausages, but you think that he's loving you. The problem of having an interaction with a chatbot on a robot, this is that quality of piece of technology are able to produce in us a theory of mind. And we can feel something to them. And this is it's a problem, because the ends of such kind of things, because they are economically shaped, is to maximize the monetization that they can have in an interaction. Here is all the problem that we have to fix to release such kind of tools in society, especially with the most fragile part of population.
Thank you. Wow, yes. We have still, I will say, 5 minutes if the two of you want to add something. Ida, Tanya? Yes. You have something not forced, no? You want to take the microphone from Jennifer? It's not that I don't want to share mine, but the director there, she's very strict, so yeah, go ahead.
Well, just going back to the robots, although very interesting points, and thank you. I think it's, which is also what you mentioned, is great about your book, you and Tom Mallison's book, is that you also highlight the benefits of care, right? And if I understand correctly, you highlight that it's not just that receiving care is necessary for survival, but giving care is necessary for human flourishing. And I think this is a very important dimension to care that we sometimes forget when we're talking about time scarcity and, you know, economic structures and this aspect of human flourishing. And I think just a question that we maybe can think about as we continue to develop care, because you're right, I mean, develop AI, we cannot ignore it, but if we are users of AI and not owners, to think about how and why do we use it, and why would we want to continue to relegate care to, you know, so far women and marginalized people, but in the future, why would we relegate care to robots? You know, caring is fun, and it's a privilege to get to give care. So, yeah.
That was, yes, thank you, Ida. I think we were able to achieve 3 things. First, to get a lively session after lunch. That was not difficult. Second, I really liked the questions and issues, and not all the things we have said that here are answers, but there are, in a philosopher session, more questions and maybe thoughts for the others. There were some provocations. I think a lot of dog owners will challenge you on that. Not me, but that's okay, it's not important. So I will thank everyone from Paolo, Tanya, Ida, and Jennifer. Great conversation. And we didn't discuss what we should do at this point, but I guess that we should simply leave and maybe Enrique. Yes, okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
We're back. It's too tight to everyone go through that way. That's why we took a little longer.
Yeah. Well, thank you to all our speakers for this rich, courageous, and deeply human conversation.
Indeed, and it leaves us with a quiet challenge, which is to keep asking the right questions, right? And to hold on to the human dimension of care, even as the world around us becomes as faster and more automated.
To Paolo Santori, Paolo Benanti, Jennifer Nedelsky, Ida Marie Monk, and Tanya Schaumann, thank you for offering us not only insights, but also stories, pauses, and questions to carry forward.
My friends, we now take a break, okay, from the live stream. So as we move into the second round of the extraordinary ideas in action pitches for the new economy. As you did yesterday, as you know, it's a space where our young people will continue to present concrete proposals, prototypes, and bold ideas for this new economy. Just, you can see in the slide, the same rooms as yesterday, okay? So here, the change-making ideas. On room B behind us is the scholarly, and in room C on the ground floor, the entrepreneurial, okay?
And if you're here with us in the auditorium, feel free to move to the assigning rooms for the pitch sessions that are right there. And for those following online, we invite you to return at 6:30 p.m. when we will be back live for a journey across the world with EoF hubs living the code locally.
Just reminding, this is the same streaming link that you are connected. You don't need to cancel and open another link. It's the same link, okay? So, see you soon online and on site.
Thank you. Welcome. Welcome back. We're so happy to having you again. Welcome, welcome online.
Dear friends here present, yay! I like it. That's the way I like it. Wow.
Now we're
This
feeling the
is
vibes.
amazing. Yeah, that's the good vibe. So, thank you for being back, and you at home, thank you for waiting for us during this long period. We have amazing things coming. So, let's start. Well, among the protagonists of our event, you met many school students, you here present, okay? And among them, the Istituto Salesiano San Marco awarded a prize of excellence at the Ecologica 2025 contest for their project Water and Renewable Sources, a research and technical innovation initiative aimed at addressing water scarcity through the use of clean energy. That seems a very nice project. Huh?
Yeah, wow. It seems like I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, okay. I would never do that. Sono bravi, ragazzi.
Yeah.
So let's start. Okay, we'll give the word to the first of them to talk with us today. Samuel, please, can you explain a little bit about your project? With this.
Right there, yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Welcome everyone. I am Samuel Lopi and I am a student of mechatronics at San Marco High School in Venice. Today, my classmates and I are proud to present our project, EoF, which focuses on water and renewable energy sources. To develop this project, we started from a real issue in our city, traffic in Mestre. The heavy traffic creates pollution and increases CO2 emissions, which damage our ecosystem. Our idea was simple: turn the highway into a source of clean energy. We were inspired by a quote of Pope Francis who said, "Small is beautiful, small is effective." He wanted to remind to the world that each of us can make a difference even with small actions. Just like water, one drop seems small, but many drops together can create real power.
Small is beautiful. Small is powerful. It's in simple gestures, in shared dreams, that change begins. Through real, everyday action, in our communities, our neighborhoods, our towns, we build a better society.
We imagine a different path. A path that doesn't consume, but gives back. That captures light, wind, and water. That returns energy, harmony, and hope. We calculated, we planned, we built.
We believed in the future. And we made it visible. In our project, in our model, in our dream. You don't have to be big to make a difference. You just have to believe, you just have to start.
The idea was to make the Mestre Ring Road energy autonomous by combining three renewable sources: water, sun, and wind, plus a battery to store energy. To make smart choices, we collected 5 years of weather data. We analyzed it, made graphs, and calculated averages. Above the road, we placed 445 stations with solar panels and a wind turbine. Below it, an hydraulic system collects and moves water through 2 water wheels that generate power.
Water is our planet's most precious resource. Our hydroelectric system uses rainwater collected from the road to produce clean energy. As we can see in the graph, the most productive months are April and November, while summer ones are the least productive. We learn that even if these components alone doesn't create enough power, it still contributes to the bigger system, showing that every part counts. The system includes also a filter that can make collected rainwater drinkable and resellable, helping reduce cost and payback time, so the highway becomes not a problem, but an opportunity.
Our turbine stands between the 2 roadways, and it uses both the natural wind and the air movement created by vehicles. We chose the DS300, a specific model, with 2 kinds of blades, the Darius for high efficiency and the Savonius for low wind condition. This hybrid design lets it work even when the wind is weak or irregular. We calculated that one turbine produces about 560 kilowatt-hour per year, and with our 445 turbines, we can generate around 250,000 kilowatts-hour annually, and that's a great contribution to clean energy.
We decided to use monocrystalline panels, 2 panels per each module, because they are the most efficient and durable. Each panel has an area of 3.27 square meters, a peak power of 315 watt, and can produce about 2.7 kilowatt-hour per day. This chart shows us the average daily production for each month of the year. To create it, we use a formula that relates the average monthly solar radiation over the past 5 years and the panel's surface area and efficiency.
Now, having understood how much we can produce with our EoF station, as you can see, each factor does not reach our goal by itself, but altogether they make reachable our goal reachable. We calculated how much the ring road consumes, so we decided to install energy storage, and we choose a lithium battery for its low maintenance and its performance. The total of the ring road is 4.2 million euros, and it could save us around 1.1 million euros per year, which means it pays for itself in pretty much 4 years. And then all the savings are going to go to the Venice, to the city of Venice.
This is our scale model. It shows a section of the ring road powered by our EoF system. It helped us see how our project works and bring our ideas to life. Thanks to the model, we were able to simulate the system and collaborate better as a team. Our project doesn't stop here. In the future, we want to expand the idea to other urban infrastructures, promote a green culture and raise environmental awareness, collaborate with institutions and local partners, monitor and improve the system over time. EoF shows us that small actions can lead to big changes. Thank you for listening, and remember, small is beautiful, small is effective.
I want to excuse myself. I will turn back to you because sono bravi. It's beautiful. Really.
Yeah, congratulations.
It's very nice, really. It's not because we are here behind the cameras. It's really nice. I was like, oh my God.
Yeah, we were like, oh, look at that.
Beautiful, and then the mini model is fantastic. So another round of applause because these guys won a prize. And now we can see why. Thank you to you. Please, thank you, all of you.
Thank you so much.
All right. So, my friends, now we will quickly move. We will quickly move to our next session, which is, and you at home, we're gonna like it so much. Naya, which is the next session, please? Tell us.
Thank you, and let us quickly move on the next session, EoF hubs, living the call locally. We invite Rita and her guests to join us on stage. Thank you,
Please,
Rita.
come on.
What?
All right, with you the
The
stage.
microphone is yours.
The fantastic
very
EoF
much.
hubs. Let's go.
Hello, everyone. Hi, hola. How are you? Do you still have energy for this session? Okay, let's do this. I'm very happy. My name is Rita. I'm from Portugal. I'm part of the EoF staff team, and I'm very, very happy to moderate this session. This session is dedicated to the EoF hubs leaving the call locally. I don't know if all of you know, but the economy of Francesco, since the beginning, since the call of Pope Francis, grew from two different dynamics. The EoF villages, which are 12 thematic working groups, where researchers, entrepreneurs, change makers try to work and dialogue around the big economic challenges of our time. And maybe we have, maybe no, I'm sure we have here people from the 12 villages. They organized the 15 workshops we have here today. So may I ask the 12 villages if we have people here to stand up? Stand up, please. Yes. These people are part of these 12 working groups. These are members of the 12 villages. And besides the 12 villages, we have the hubs. So okay, villages, thank you. What are the EoF hubs? The EoF hubs are local communities of young people who bring the spirit of the economy of Francesco into life in their own realities. And our session is dedicated to this. So today, you will hear from 7 different hubs. One of them, it will be a video because unfortunately Karen from India couldn't be with us. So we will watch a video from her. But then we will have with us today different people from different countries. So you will hear different languages, different accents. We will hear from Brazil, Chile, Croatia, Portugal. I'm changing the order, but it's correct like this. Piemonte, Italy, and from the LATAM network. So a round of applause for them. Thank you so much. So this is also a special session because after their presentations, each hub will present a concrete initiative, a concrete project that shows how the economy of Francesco, the spirit of the economy of Francesco, is incarnating local. The economy is an incarnated thing, and they will show you that today. So after hearing to their presentations, we will have a space for questions and answers. If you have a question, and I ask that it may be a question, and maybe comments, we will save them for later, and you can talk to them after this session. If you have a question, you can come to this mic here at the center, in this main corridor, and you can ask the question to one of the hubs, or to me, or whoever you want to ask a question, okay? So here we go, let's start this journey, and let's go to Brazil with Padre Vitor. A round of applause. Thank you very much.
Boa noite a todos e a todas, paz e bem. Vivemos hoje sobre a égide de uma economia que, nas palavras duras e precisas do Papa Francisco, mata. Uma economia
It's an economy that kills and that has turned creation into a market and market has been converted into products, and people has been turned into waste. So an economy that sacrifices life on the altar of money. But if this economy kills, what is the economy that makes people live, and where is it? In 2019, Pope Francis made an appeal to all of us.
Reformar o capitalismo, não. Ele convocou
He did not just want capitalism to be changed. On the contrary, he referred to young people, economists, people who change things, to give all this a soul. And in Brazil, we went a step further. We told to the Pope, Francis, we rise up to this challenge, we accept it, but we are not alone. Let us go with Claire. And thus, the Brazilian section of the Economy on Francis and Claire was established even before our Assisi meeting. But why Claire? Well, because we understand that there is not going to be a new economy without the protagonism of women, without the ethics of caring, taking care, and the radical nature of St. Clare of Assisi, who taught us that real freedom comes from not being possessed by things. So the new thing is not something you will find in books or in the palaces where power is, but in the soil, in the asphalt of the peripheries of the outskirts, the houses of Francis and Clare. And what is a house of Francis and Clare? It's a lively place, a space of resistance where the economy is reinvented, starting from collective action from the suburban areas where the verb to hope is incarnated. And so I'm going to describe something to you, a day in Brazil. Come to the outskirts of Manaus. There we will find the Amazonian house. While the world talks about carbon credit in air-conditioned offices, there are people who work the land, who create urban gardens with ancestral knowledge and tell the world, well, the forest must remain also in the cities. There should be forests also in the city. They don't have theories on the Amazon, but they protect it by living there. Come to Curitiba in the south of Brazil, an island of vulnerability amongst richness. Their academic knowledge is at the service of the popular economy in a university that doesn't teach the favelas, but it's the favelas and the university that create economy and knowledge for those who have been discarded by the market. So in the district house of our center, there are the women of the sun, showing that the economy has a female face, who don't have homes, but these women have a solidarity-based canteen. And so they give out food for solidarity. In the city of Santos, they work in the port area with a creative economy. In the south, from Bahia, there is a rally team by construction. In the city of Campinas, in the house, there is food against hunger. In Florianopolis, there are black youths who give new meaning to the territory through mysticism and culture. These houses of Francis and Clare and many others are not the result of enterprise, or they have not have been established by companies, and they show that the suburbs are really a place where creativity comes from. So if imperialism, colonialism, the logic of the capital and great wars come from the center, from the north of the world, well, new things, innovation come from the outskirts. And as Jesus came from the periphery of the world, and these houses operate as an underground route, and they connect to each other, they nourish each other, guided by three essential principles: integral ecology, and so because there is no social justice without environmental justice, or as Leonardo Boff said, a cry of the earth and the poor, Well, today, the magisterium of the Church, through Pope Francis Laudato Si, established this: 2, anti-capitalism, and buen vivir, good life. People having the courage to say that profit cannot be more important than life. Number 3, economy at the service of life, which invert this pyramid. Money is needed, but money cannot govern. Let us not be deceived. Houses are also trenches of a fight. When we speak about the economy of Francis and Claire, we talk about denouncing financial violence that is devouring our resources, and we speak about asking ourselves why banks fund mining activities, killing fields, and why they do not fund the agro-farming field sector that nourishes us. The system is not working, and it's not going to work, as Pope Francis told us. This system is unsustainable. The old model has collapsed with climate crisis and digital loneliness. All these things are the symptoms of a soulless economy. The houses of Francis and Claire are seeds of a new civilization, and they show us that we need to go back to our lands, to a different type of economy. The globalized economy has taken away our roots from us, but these houses give back land to us. They show the faces of our neighbors. They take care of the river that flows near the houses of Francis and Claire. So these are building sites of this Samaritan economy. And if the economy is oikos, and if oikos is a home for a new economy, we need new houses, not just in Brazil, and not any house at all. So let us build these houses of Francis and Claire, and let us construct them everywhere in the world so that we can make this world a place of equals, a world of equals, a world of brothers and sisters, a world which is entirely a great common home, a common house of Francis and Claire. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Juan Vicente Escobar, and together with Valentina Alarcón, we are very happy to be here. We are from Chile. We are speaking on behalf of all the members of the Chile Hub community, because many of them could not be present today. It's a joy to share our work and progress with all of you. Before we begin, we want to clarify that the strategic priorities 2025 we will talk about come from the global EoF Foundation. These global priorities give a reflection this year and helped us identify the areas we're needed to focus on in Chile.
The Global EoF Foundation proposed more than 3 strategic priorities, but we took the 3 ones. So the first one was core values, culture, and governance, community growth, communication. After a period of study and discernment, the Chilean have reorganized those 3 priorities according to our national reality. For us, the most urgent and meaningful order became priority 2, become the first, so community growth. Priority 3, become the second, communication. Priority first, become the third, governance and values. Those adapted structures allowed us to remain aligned with the global movement while responding to concrete needs for our local context. Our areas of work come directly from our survey that we shared with all the members of Chilean Hub. The survey helped us to understand the main interests of our community, our members, our friends. And we were connected, those interested with the global priorities to build our local strategy. Based on this process, we organized our work in 4 areas. They were aligned by coincidence, being honest, with the research and study, with business and innovation, education and care, and community. So we were super happy that this was a good and spontaneous cross. So for research and study, Chilean Hub was super curious about bringing EoF content to universities. In business and innovation, we were supporting small businesses and projects, especially because of the innovation social hub in Chile that's very strong. And then education and culture, we were interested in conference, seminaries, and creating a hub Chilean library. We haven't do it yet, but we're interested in that. And then community and social activities, open to a space for proposals and support our mission. Those areas are our community cares about and how we connect EoF spirit, values with the reality in our country. Our first local priority came with this question: how can we welcome and engage new members? Juan Vicente is a new member of Economia Francesco, so this is a proof of that. How to address this? We work in 2 dimensions. First, formation for our members, because they declare we need more. So we hosted monthly online meetings, one in person gathering for semester, and a special formation in a session in May focused on the anniversary of Laudato Si and Catholic social teaching. And the second line dimension was point of encounters. So we created spaces for dialogue with young people, students, professionals, entrepreneurs, and university communities. We also thought collaboration with different sectors in Chilean society open opportunities for EoF values to meet with real challenges and questions in our country. Those efforts help us to reach more people and strengthen our presence in Chile.
Yes, and we also pre-selected in the Innova UC program from the Pontifical Catholic University of Chile, a university with great prestige in our country. This allowed us to participate in the mentoring and visibility stage and to present our project at the university before a jury composed of different faculties and innovation centers. It's a very positive experience for our growth. Our second, and prior to 3, local priority is strengthening communication inside the hub. We studied good practice from other hubs, especially Hub Portugal, and create 2 channels: WhatsApp Community Hub Chile, from coordination, updates, and both informal and official communication. Email newsletter for structured and detailed information. Our goal is clear, more transparent communication that supports participation and unity. We also maintain regular dialogue with the global staff and the Global Assembly to ensure that our communication reflects EoF values.
Thank you so much for your listening. This year has been a journey of adapting the global EoF priorities with the Chilean context, strengthening our community, and building spaces for dialogue, formation, and collaboration. We're grateful to walk this path with all of you today, but also looking ahead. We see our opportunities and challenges, reevaluating next year this plan, if it works or not, renew it, and strengthening our leadership so new people have to come here, hopefully next year, not me. And then inviting young people to take more active roles and deepen connection between seniors and juniors in Chile to build a strong and more natural synergy in our work. And of course, with a strategic plan, we can have also criteria for evaluation. So we are hopefully to walk in that path too. Thank you. Gracias.
All right, so in Portugal, we have been doing some activities throughout the year as well, but I'm going to talk to you about a specific activity that we did this year, which was the second Economia Francesco Portugal conference. So this was an academic conference organized by our hub, in collaboration with the Portuguese Catholic University and the EoF Foundation, with the objective to share new knowledge and new ideas and bring together the youth and seniors together in an academic setting. So all of that supported by the values of the economy of Francesco. And we did it by, before the conference, we opened for submissions for papers. We didn't limit by geography, so we got applicants from more than 10 different countries. We ended up getting more than 100 participants between authors and attendees. And the papers, the themes, were separated between the 12 villages that we know from EoF, so management and gift, business in transition. For those who are new to that topic, these are the same, the villages carry the same name of the workshops that you all did this morning, right? And we structured the conference basically in 3 blocks. So in the first block, we had a keynote or opening sessions with Carlos Figueira, who's here. Raise your hand, Carlos. He's the coordinator of the hub. And he moderated a conversation between Valentina Erasmo, who is a member of the scientific committee from EoF Foundation, and Nuno Martins, a Jesuit member from the Portugal community, Jesuit community, about integral economics and the importance of a new vocabulary to influence a new economic narrative. If you're more interested about that, there's a book that was published and that's being sold in the library about that, about this glossary that was developed. This was the first block. And then in the second block, we hosted parallel sessions where researchers who submitted their work presented their work. So I'm going to pick 3 examples here that we did, that we hosted there. The 3 persons that I'm mentioning here are here. So if you want to know more about their work, you can just reach out to them. Carlos, for example, explored how Franciscan economic principles can help us reimagine the economic system. Margarida was trying to understand the perception of Portuguese policymakers on the transition to a well-being economy. And Tracy, an American fellow, investigated how paid leave policies in the US influence household debt outcomes after the birth of a child. So very interesting topics, very interesting and new ideas coming from all over the world. And in the third block, in the end of the day, we held workshops, mainly conducted by professors or professionals that were inserted in our network. I can give you three examples of workshops that we got there. For example, Professor Ricardo Zósimo gave a workshop about how can we build systems of hope in companies. Very interesting. There was a workshop held by, I don't remember the couple, but it was a Brazilian couple, I think from the Economia of Francesco and Clara, where they talked about family and financial planning. Very interesting. Yeah, and one workshop about job interviewing. So, you know, in those workshops, we try to understand how can we capacitate, you know, give capabilities to the students who were attending the conference. So it was very, very nice. We got to spend the day together. It was very intense, just like we are experiencing this experience here. But it was really, really good.
Good evening, everyone. Our Creation Hub was established in 2020. Thanks to our friends from the Economy of Communion. And in the first years, our hub was based and was connected with the Economy of Communion. Last year, the hub moved to the city of Split on the Adriatic coast, thanks to the Association DOCAT Center Split, led by Bruno Petrušić, whom you probably already know. So our hub has about 120 members, and from whom 20 to 30 members are active, so involved in our activities. And They include, for example, entrepreneurs, professors, university professors and high school professors, university assistants, different economists, and also different members from different sectoral societal sectors like finance, civil society, and so on. So I'm going to present today one of our activities. It is the European Economy of Francesco Summer School. The idea was born during the first in-person EoF Global Meeting 2022, where Bruno Petrušić and Sister Antonia Ciobanu participated. It was a very inspirational event, and they decided after the event to organize a summer school for young people, and they were looking for a partner. They contacted Catholic University of Croatia, where I work, and were connected with me, and we started our collaboration. In 2023, we organized the first Economy of Francesco summer school in Croatia. The theme was social and environmental crisis and new economics. So we had about 10 participants, not a lot, but it was a good start, all of them coming from different hubs from Europe. For example, from Denmark, Switzerland, from Slovakia, Croatia, of course, and from the States. We had a nice time there, so we established a good foundation for the next year, and the organizing partners were Hub Croatia, Catholic University of Croatia, University Angelicum, and Association DOCAT Center Split. So in the next year, 2024, last year, we organized a second summer school. The theme was distribution of wealth and integral human development. And that year, an important organizational improvement happened because, thanks to the Catholic University of Croatia, we were able to organize a summer school within the Erasmus blended intensive program, which enabled us to get significant funding for the summer school. We also got new partner institutions from Slovakia, from Hungary, and from Poland. We were able to also get 3 ECTS credit points for our students. And we also increased our program because now we had an online component and also in person. We had about 25 participants, so the number of participants doubled, and about 15 lecturers. So it was a very nice experience, and we decided to organize the summer school also this year, and that happened also in the month of August, like the previous 2 summer schools in the city of Split, the beautiful city on the Adriatic coast. Our team was this year leadership and management for an economy with a soul. So this was a topic that was very interesting for many students, as they told us. And we had about 25 participants from 6 countries and 20 lecturers. So regarding the impact of this summer school that we started 3 years ago, we can say that its strength lies in reaching to young people, students, but also not students, other young people from different countries, from different fields, from different religious backgrounds, through the perspective and principles of the economy of Francesco and Catholic social teaching. So we developed an approach that is based on 3 levels. First level being theoretical, second level practical, and the third level spiritual. And this 3-level approach really gave great results, as we could have seen in the previous 3 years. And I would like to share only one insight from the last year. From this year's summer school. One of our students, economic students, shared this insight. The Economy of Francesco Summer School was more than just an academic event. It was a turning point in how I see my role in the world. One of the most important lessons I took from that experience is that the economy must serve people, not the other way around. The most inspiring part of the summer school was meeting young people from across Europe who are committed to creating ethical, inclusive, and sustainable future. This insight has already changed the way I engage with my studies, my peers, and my city. I'm beginning to focus more on projects that combine business skills with social purpose, and I'm more intentional in how I use my voice in academic and community spaces. So looking ahead, we would like to continue the summer school project if we'll be able to do that. And we have 3 goals. First of all, we want to expand and reach to other partners. We would like to also include other hubs, and we would like to start alumni community so that our students from previous years stay connected and that we can inspire each other. So if anyone would like to join, you're very welcome. We are very open and we would like to continue this, for now, successful and beautiful story together. Thank you.
Buonasera. Mi chiamo Gregorio e vengo.
Good afternoon. My name is Gregorio, and I come from Turin, from northwestern Italy, close to France. I was asked to speak in my own native language, but I do not know how many of you are able to understand Piedmontese, so I will speak Italian instead.
Il nostro hub del Piemonte.
Our hub in Piedmont, the Aosta Valley, our hubs are regionally based in Italy, was established in 2020. Now we have 20 active members, but many were involved, but we were friend-zoned. They are no longer with us, let's put it that way. They took off. But we are very active, and if we are very active, we owe this to our entire reference person, Daniele, whom many of you know. So what do we do, basically? We meet about once a month to share ideas in a very informal way. And usually public events then originate from these exchange of ideas. We try to work together with other institutions or entities, like other hubs do, and these are entities that work in the same domains we work in, themes, topics that are close to the heart of the economy of Francis. We organized also the metropolitan pilgrimage that was suggested by the economy of Francis. I do not know how many of you took part in this pilgrimage. Steps towards, yeah, all right, you got it. So we decided to embark upon a journey together with the Kirikoro project that is dedicated to young people and work, sponsored by the Italian Church, and also together with the Association of Young Professionals. We did not really walk to reach a shrine that was far away, but we walked through our city with 3 stages, basically, referring to 3 topics of the biblical jubilee, 3 places where the economy really touches human frailness. We started in Turin from the Arsenal of Peace. This used to be an arms factory. Now it was turned into a shelter run by Sermig. And there we pondered the rest of the Shabbat. And Friar Luke challenged us because the Jewish Shabbat is not just abstaining from doing things. It's not just an empty void between 2 working days, but it is the time when we are free, the time when we meet our brothers and sisters in the community. So Saturday, the Shabbat, and for Christian it's Sunday, this is revolutionary because this places human beings at the center, not productivity. From this place, we walked, and we reached the Palatine Gate. This is in a kind of depressed area of the city, and there we meet often the riders who take food to our homes, like DoorDash and stuff like that. And most of these workers are migrants. And so we started pondering about freeing slaves. Giulia Druetta, she's an attorney, she opened our eyes, really. She specialized in defending workers who work for these huge delivery conglomerates. And she won more than 500 cases here in Italy. And she explained how the sharing economy has once again brought back precarious work of the 1800s and 1900s with 21st century algorithms. We had payments that are made based on what you produced and not the numbers you work, like in the 1800s. Basically working hours have been abolished because most writers work more than 40 hours per week. And equality between workers was erased because algorithms reward the best performance, leaving behind those who are actually are slower on their bicycles. They eliminated also sick leave. She told us the story of a rider who had an accident while he was working. For 3 months, he was unable to ride his bicycle, and so he was left without any source of income. So the transition from working as a rider and becoming a homeless person, well, can happen very easily. If you have an accident, you can work, you can end up homeless. So the employers are these platforms that have no responsibility. They're not liable in any way, and individuals are treated as interchangeable units. So let us think about it next time you order food through DoorDash or Glovo. And the last stage, we walked all the way to the Basilica of Jesus the Worker. What better place to talk about work? We talked about poor work, but this applies to many of our peers. Often, a salary is not enough to make a living and make ends meet. Many young people have to moonlight and have several jobs just to survive, not to build something, but rather just to pay for rent and utilities. This is just one example, but this was a very challenging and profound afternoon, a moment of growth for our group. And they showed to us that the biblical jubilee is not an ancient story, but it's an incredibly urgent now. Rest for the land and rest for workers, freeing slaves to then free ourselves from the exploitation of algorithms, forgiveness of debt, to work in economies that are there to serve life and not profit. So each step towards a place of the economy of the Jubilee was a step towards a renewed economy. In this way, we realized that the economy can serve life. Thinking about these three things, if we walk together, if we encounter frailness, and if we do not turn our gaze away from all this. Thank you. Very well. Before telling you something about our experience in Latin America and the Caribbean, I would like to mention a song, the Lord's Prayer of the Poor. There's a beautiful quote from that song. It said, "May your name be sanctified, for he who dies defending life. Your name is glorified when justice is our measure." And right now, I would like to have here in front of me Pope Francis to tell him that Latin America and the Caribbean have embraced his appeal, his invitation, so that everyone together we can give hope, we can give a soul, we can give a face to the world's peripheries. And right now there are wonderful processes that are in progress, that are happening in Latin America and the Caribbean, involving young people, women, indigenous people, all of them with their complexity and their cultural and political diversity in contexts that are extremely challenging. However, they are looking for short-term answers from institutions. We encountered ecclesial movements social movements of the Catholic Church, Caritas, bishops' conferences, movements like the Laudato Si movements, amongst many others, the Focolare movement, of course, that has always been very close and supportive in this process in a very dynamic way and with really a very remarkable commitment. And over the last 2 years, we have focused on two processes, basically. We wanted to make sure that the local academia could serve the local territory to provide tangible and effective information to bring this debate at the political and economic level in the local area without forgetting our identity and our spirituality as Catholics. However, building this with others who perhaps belong to different religious denominations. We have achieved this through the Latin American Conference on the Economy of Francis. For many of us here, for myself included, this is a way to make sure that academics truly serve local communities. We organized 5 editions of this conference, and quite soon we will be organizing the 6th conference dedicated to the economy of Francis in Latin America. We were in Brazil, Colombia, Mexico this year. We're back in Brazil once again in relation to COP30 to be present as a synodal church in Latin America and the Caribbean with our proposals, the proposals that stem from the economy of Francis. We were in Colombia 2 years ago, but this year Caritas and Selam have supported the Latin American network of the economy of Francis, and we were able to build up a lot of knowledge, and knowledge that we receive also from local communities. We did not bring knowledge. We built this knowledge and these skills together, and this is absolutely fundamental for the Latin American context. This was a collective endeavor with the people and by the people. We need to bring the last century to a close and overcome the challenges of that time. And I would like to take this opportunity to announce where the 6th conference will take place, because you're all invited. Please, you're all invited. We would like you either to show up in person or join us remotely so that you can animate this conference that will take place in Costa Rica. So, and our friends from Costa Rica, that we call ticos, they will welcome us with the joyfulness that is their hallmark, and we hope that the Economy of Francis Foundation will accompany us, will stand by our side. There will be many wonderful events that will be organized. We hope that we'll hear many voices and that many people will join us, really. In this way, we would like to shine a spotlight on these very important themes. In Latin America, we have also the nighttime pastoral care. It's a moment of sharing, actually, where we play music and where together we would like to promote collective change through music. And this year, our conference, of course, pay tribute to the Jubilee of Hope, and we wanted to really try and do something about the massive debt that is such a huge burden for Latin American countries, and with hope, because as Pope Francis said, hope is always by the side of people. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, grazie, obrigada a todos. Thank you so much. I think we will now watch the video from India One more to go. Yes, here we go. Let's listen to Karen. And Karen, if you're listening to us, a very, very big hug from us to you.
Good evening. First of all, thank you, dear Rita, and to all the lovely, affectionate EoF staff who have enabled me to address you today. I am Karen Rodrigues. I am the coordinator of the India Hub at the St. Joseph's Institute of Management, Bangalore. Now, based on the principle of Pope Francis's idea of the economy, our EoF India Hub, our engagement is at 3 levels. That is, the students and staff inside our school, the Catholic community all over India, and international collaborations. And for how we collaborate internationally to build a culture of care for our common home worldwide among university students is through our international business plan competition. This is the intervention I want to talk in detail about today. So in this competition, our students, SJIM MBA students, work in virtual cross-cultural and cross-disciplinary teams with young people from 6 countries, 8 universities. It is an annual event and students work collaboratively in these international or virtual teams to develop a sustainable business plan to solve major societal issues which Pope Francis and now Pope Leo have emphasized that particular year. So, for example, in the last 5 years, the topics which have been close to the Pope's hearts and related to management and economy, and which we have included as topics for the business plan, have included making organizations as a source of meaning to employees, how to use artificial intelligence for the elderly, the universal right to water, creation of urban green spaces, engendering responsible consumption, universal digital inclusion, and so on. Now, this is the underlying philosophy for our business plan competition. In the words of Pope Francis, we are asking students to address a current social problem with a business plan that involves gratuitousness, meaning, and beauty. Then we have a global jury evaluation, that is a 3-member panel of expert judges, drawn from the UNDP or global NGOs or venture capitalist firms. We've even had members from our own EoF, Stevie Azumo, Professor Amerigo Mendes, who have done the judging in this round. And so the goals we have defined for this initiative are to encourage students to use their business skills to solve societal problems, and also to expose them to working across time zones and across cultures, and to bring home to them that to a large extent, societal problems are common, that they exist across countries. The impact the initiative has had is, for one thing, students have opportunities for international learning and networking, even if they do not have the money, if they lack the financial means to travel physically to these countries. And most of our students cannot afford this. So this gives them international exposure. And what we find is that students from the so-called developing world, they know all the complexities, the ambiguities of a problem, the why won't it work on the ground. And what the students from the so-called developed world contribute is an understanding of how to create strong institutional mechanisms and delivery. And these students come together with these skills to solve a problem for the common good. So like I said, they are working across disciplines, always one business student, but then students from different backgrounds like law, science, medicine, etc. Now, what we have noticed is when we did measure is that one of the primary graduate outcomes of a business school is job offers, and we found that the students who participated in this competition, they actually are offered, they have an average of a 5% rise in salary package offered. Now, let me emphasize, this is by no means our goal, but what it shows is that such collaborative multicultural business plan creation is building in our students higher level strengths, critical thinking, empathy, societal concern, innovation, adaptability, competence that even the industry today increasingly appreciates. And also, we are situating the students' multicultural experience and their societal concern experience within a context that is gamification of learning. And this is the biggest draw for the students to enlist. Currently, our call to enter the competition reaches 20,000 young people worldwide. And actually, this particular initiative is listed as an international best practice in the International Association of Jesuit Universities. So very quickly, I will conclude by saying I am sorry I cannot take your questions, opinions live, but I would be very happy to take them via email. Our India Hub is very open to collaborations across countries for the business plan competition, but also for any other initiative related to the economy of Francesco ideals and aspirations. And if you want to reach me personally, you can do so at Karen, my name, at sjim.edu.in. Thank you for listening. It's been so wonderful to see so many new faces, so much young energy, so many new ideas. I also read Pope Leo's touching message to us all. So I would like to congratulate the founding members, Dr. Luigino Bruni, Maria Gaglione, Paolo Santori, Chiara Pancini, and each of the EoF staff for your very silent, steadfast effort and commitment to make this great harvest of the economy of Francesco happen. Sending peace and love to all of you in Castel Gandolfo tonight.
Thank you so much, Karen. Thank you so much for this presentation, for these presentations. I think this is the proof that the economy of Francesco is not an utopia. We are already building it. And the hubs are the proof that the economy of Francesco is gaining roots and giving fruits in local realities. So please, let us send another round of applause to all the hubs that are watching us online and that couldn't be present, and to all of you for your presentations. And can I ask something else? Can everyone that belongs to an EoF hub please stand up in this room so we can see who you are? Because we have here Spain, we have France, Argentina, Buenos Aires, Colombia. We have national and local hubs. We have Croatia, United Kingdom, Cartagena, Costa Rica. Bueno, a round of applause to you all. And a special word to all the coordinators, because the hubs, this reality is also possible because some people work a bit harder to organize, to listen, to mobilize, to motivate. They have the resilience, the joy, the enthusiasm. So to all of the coordinators of our hubs around the world, we have more than 50 hubs around the world. Another round of applause for your service to the economy of Francesco. Okay, we still have time for some questions and answers. You were very sharp. I was impressed. You were amazing. And so now, who's the brave person that will stand up and go to that microphone and maybe ask a question to one of our speakers or maybe to me about our community. And I see Jocelyn. Yo veo España, vamos. Vamos España, gracias por estar.
Thank you. Thank you. I was actually born in Venezuela and I live here, so I'm, half and half. And my parents are Portuguese. I would like to ask a question for Victor. And you were talking about Francis and Claire. And I would like to ask you to tell us about this dimension in more concrete terms. So you're talking about a physical house or a metaphorical one. And what about the meetings of this house? So in concrete terms, how do they work? How frequent they are, the method you use? I think it would be important to understand how you work. And a question for Valentina or Juan Vicente. I'm very much interested in the way in which they welcome the new members. And earlier we were saying that it was one of the priorities we wanted to address, and we are particularly interested in this. Thank you.
Agradeço a pergunta e a resposta é: não é metafórico, mas não necessariamente envolve parede e tijolo. Explico. Em alguns lugares, de fato, a casa de Francisco e Clara é uma casa, é um projeto, é uma intervenção territorial no sentido mais físico.
Sorry, but there is no translation into Portuguese. Bear with us.
Coletivo.
So sorry. Now that we got translation, it's a process. It's nothing metaphorical. It's actually something that has an impact on the territory. It's very much physical. As far as the realities that exist today are concerned, well, this reality is already a reference point, while the others are still trying to find their reference point. But what is the idea behind all this? The fundamental idea is that the economy of Francis and Claire are not something abstract or, words in the wind or good intentions, but they must be concrete, reasonable projects, tangible ones. And so the way in which the economy of Francesco and Chiara, or Francis and Claire, is organized in our territory is that we've got regional and national level projects. So this is our 4th national meeting, and it was celebrated relatively recently in Recife, a territory which inspired us considerably. And there were more than 60 people. It was a very interesting meeting indeed. And during the Brazilian elections, the municipal ones as well as the others, the local ones, we organized a number of events based on the economy of Francis and Claire. So what are we actually talking about? Well, there has to be something concrete, this territorial dimension that is so important. And this dimension that passes through the suburbs with a collective and concrete dimension. All this is very important. It is actually essential. So we need to have this process promoting a dialogue, and then this process is what leads to the establishment, the construction of physical houses, homes. So we're not just talking about a charitable work, nor is it it's not a form of claim, but we're talking about something practical that can actually bring about social changes. Now, this dimension of the salt of the earth, something which is in the world but does not belong to it. I don't know if I made myself clear. For instance, we can think about loans or credit. Often what happens is that this aspect affects the sectors of the population that banks have no interest in. So it is a matter of improving the financial system, which per se is terrible, but always within the perspective of a social organization, a social mobilization, in order to make claims that start from the grassroots, but that goes well beyond. There is an aspect here of social transformation. Well, sorry, I didn't want to take up so much time, but thank you for listening.
Or in English. Okay. Bueno, un gusto, ¿cómo están? Ahora sí, me escuchan en español. Voy a hablar muy lento Porque aquí hay un grupo de amigos que
It's a great pleasure. I will speak slowly because there is a group of friends who always invites us to speak so that everybody can understand. So, what did we do for young people? Well, I think that Chile was the first in the world to do something. We started in 2019, and I think that based on our attitude, mindset, culture, and personality,
todas las
Chile is very much representatives, also from a political perspective, from a generational one. We've got participants of all ages, but we are also very strategic in our approach, and this is important for Chile, for our Chilean hub, because for us it is difficult to organize, to make projects unless we've got some sort of foundation. So in the short, medium, and long term.
la misión, la visión.
So we want to truly understand our vision and starting from it to then involve other people. So it was always for us a lengthy conversation. And we needed time. It took some time for us to begin, because precisely we needed to ponder things, not because we didn't want to commit, but because we had to understand well. So this is one of the strategies that we adopted. Since we had a global strategic planning, I think that perhaps for the others it was easier, because we realized that the entire economy of Francis was working in a certain direction. So for us then, it became a sort of a personal calling, and we started thinking what could be the needed contribution, although I mean a contribution unique to Chile. And our hub is a senior hub, and most of us we were young people, but over time we have grown, we have matured, and a rather significant gap came to be. And today we only have two young people, 35 years old. One is here, one Vicente, and the other is the coordinator, Jose. Please raise your hand. So, having said this, I can continue by saying that the strategy we started developing, it was actually twofold. And this year, particularly with some coordinators, we devoted ourselves to working on a one-to-one basis. I had 5 meetings with young people, and some of them even said, well, I would like to know this economy of Francis. So it was a conversation as you would have in a company. So those who approached us were presented the economy of Francis. The Chileans wanted to understand, let's say that they are a bit technical in their approach. They wanted to understand what it was all about. And then, as far as the other project is concerned, well, it was more of a collective type of project. So we worked with the Pontifical Catholic University, with which we organized dissemination meetings in order precisely to allow people to get to know the economy of Francis. And we took part in an important process. So we convoked people, we called people one by one on a one-to-one basis, and there was also this great commitment and involvement of the Pontifical University.
It's a really short question, and I ask you if you could answer in a 1 and 1.5 sentence. So, from the experience of your hubs, what is the main challenge that you overcome or you are still fighting with?
Okay, challenges, desafíos que tenemos, que hemos ultrapasado. A very short answer, whoever wants to answer.
I think the big challenge for Portugal, at least, is to mobilize people, because people are very busy these days with everything. So it's very hard to mobilize people to do something unless you inspire them first. So I think that's the main challenge today.
Bueno, es una opinión personal.
This is a personal opinion.
Yo creo que uno de los retos
And
de política.
there is
¿Cuál es la propuesta?
I think that it is really important to start thinking about the proposal in the face of politics. So we must reduce poverty and grant access to housing and dignified conditions. We must think of the Latin American network and the different platforms, Caritas, the Episcopal conferences in Latin America and the Caribbean. And there we would like to propose actions that are jointly carried out. And this year we started walking. It was difficult. For us, it is important to talk about climate change, to speak about the different proposals for the governments. And through the governments, it is important to participate effectively. So there is a great challenge. And how can we prepare young people? How can we train them? But also we need to train our professionals for a good debate to take place so that all the seniors, all those who hold PhDs can participate and participate in these processes to have an impact.
Be said about the hubs, about the challenges, about lessons learned, but I want to end with our final slide and leave some invitations. The first thing I want to say to close is we have been meeting with hub coordinators more frequently, and this is also something that has been giving fruit. But because every time we meet, even if online, we share, we grow, we listen to each other. And we really want, and now I speak from the foundation side, from a staff perspective, we really want to support the creation of a hub roadmap so we can have a common document, a shared document, and not only where we can share what we are doing that we heard here today, we need to give more visibility to these fruits to show that it is in fact not an utopia, it is a reality, but at the same time, how we share contacts, how we share lessons learned, how we create partnerships, how we access funding like we heard from Croatia, how we overcome challenges, how we maybe start advocating in the political dimension. We have many more paths to explore. So I think a roadmap, either a document or who knows, an encounter, an in-presence encounter in the future for hub coordinators, who knows? It's an idea in our hearts and in our minds. And I would like to leave this invitation for everyone here who might not be part of a hub. Please visit our website. We've updated it just for this moment. We've updated this page, so visit it. You will find the contacts from more than 50 hubs, or if not 50, more or less 50. You can see the contacts. You can get in touch with these local realities. And if you, after this wonderful session, are thinking, oh, I wish I could start a hub in my hometown, in my region, in my country, my name is Rita, and I am here for you, so come and talk to me or to anyone in the staff, and we are more than happy to help you set up a hub in your hometown. So we are coming to an end. Thank you so much. Muchísimas gracias. Qué alegría. What a joy. Thank you so much for your presentations. And I think now I give the word back to our wonderful presentators. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, Rita.
Thank you, amigos, friends,
Oh,
amici, e così via. Thank you so much.
thank you. Yes,
You are the
thank
strength of EoF.
Thanks,
Really.
Guy, for this wonderful work. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Rita, and thank to all the hub representatives who share how the EoF mission is taking reality in real communities. This is so exciting, isn't it? Isn't it, guys?
I think we need to give them a cup of coffee.
Coffee, coffee at this
all right.
time. Yeah,
we still have a
need
lot,
coffee.
okay? Tonight we still have a lot. So,
It's almost the end.
yeah, we are towards the end. It was a fantastic afternoon, but before we step into the rest of this evening, we want to keep this sense of momentum alive because the day, as I said, is far from over.
In just a few minutes, we gather for our community dinner. You know, guys, it's a moment to slow down, to meet another persons. We met some couples and we said, just split a little bit. You know, know people. That's a perfect time to do it. To reconnect with old friends. So take advantage of this moment.
Indeed, and don't forget to visit after dinner, to visit the poster presentation session, which is actually part of the Extraordinary Ideas in Action. So just a quick explanation. You saw the Extraordinary Ideas in Action twice, yesterday and today. We still have other projects which are gonna be showcased in the poster. So please give a visit and ask. The project leaders will be there to explain whichever question you have. So go listen, ask, encourage, because your curiosity can spark someone else's next step.
So as for tomorrow, we begin the day with an optional morning mass here in Centro Mariapoli. Yeah, it's a moment of prayer.
At 8:30 in the morning, okay? 8:30 in the chapel.
So thank you for your energy. We really appreciate it. And to those online, thank you so much for coming from all over the world. You are so important for us. Thanks for being here tonight.
Just a last reminder, please, as we did a couple of times, be punctually here at 9:30 tomorrow morning, okay?
Don't forget.
Tomorrow is a lot of content. It's our last day together, so that's it. See you soon. Thank you online. Thank you people
Hasta
here.
mañana.
Até amanhã.